Good morning. Monday, the 14th of July, 2025. My. The time flies when you're having fun, huh? This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything on the video that I'm watching on my screens, and my narration gives some indication as to what I was thinking. It's not for financial advice or trade advice, and I'm not monetized in any way. So, likes, subscribes, chat room, whatever is good feedback, and that's it is my virtual trading journal. The reason I do this is several fold. I don't multitask well, and I believe journaling is important. So for me to be doing screen snaps and typing and whatnot else is a big distraction, and this solves that problem. I stream it to YouTube because it gives me the ability to review the stream on any device, and it provides complete transparency and accountability, which is really important, I think, especially in this day and age. Boy, there's a lot of yahoos out there saying a lot of stuff. So anyway, let's get on with it. And now, a real interesting thing. Any times that I refer to or that are visible here are Central Standard Time. And as I said, there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. It's not for financial or trade advice. And yeah. Interestingly enough, today there are no numbers or reports, which is kind of bizarre. No event scheduled for the day. Now, this is financial juice, and again, you'll see nothing, but all of a sudden, these things are coming into the schedule, which were not there 30 minutes ago or an hour ago, right? And a lot of conversation is going on here around a lot of dialogue and posturing is going on from the administration, etc. So I would suspect that the risk of tape bombs and random comments to be extremely high today, in my opinion, because there's no reports or news or speakers or anything else coming up. So all the market's got to hang on are these random comments, which can come out and make a pretty big mess, in my opinion. So the pre-market, let's take a look at that at this point. Ooh, what am I doing here? Wrong series of buttons there. There we go. Well, what's happened here? Okay. Here was Friday, RTH session. First of all, this is the ES mini full session, the NQ mini full session, the ES micro composite chart, and the ES market profile. So we took a little bit of profit on Monday right off the open, got down here tested down to the lows, and then traded up just under the previous the overnight or the previous IB high. What have we done now? We opened on a gap low, or opened gap down. This is the overnight, and we've traded back up, and we're now in range. So if we open right here, right now, we will be opening lower in range, but only by a couple of ticks. So we may gap down, we may not. It depends on what they do with it. Some random news thing comes out or something that throws them off step. This could be a problem. The NQ is pretty substantially back into range from Friday, so that could have some bearing on the case there. I'm going to restart my IRT now that get my settlement numbers back in here. So it usually happens during the weekends. I don't know why exactly. But before I do that, let me explain the micro composite chart here, which is simply a RTH session chart with daily bars. And wherever price overlaps, I continue to draw a volume profile around that. And by so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC and high and low and all those kind of things. Now, this is the third, and we had this all-time high. Typically, I don't keep those half days in my data set, but, you know, a new all-time high on a adjusted contract is kind of important, I guess. And then here we are again below that. So we're right up, bumping our heads right up on all-time highs in the ES. I also do the same, have the same configuration for the micros. Same exact idea. Turn off the naked volume points of control here. Same idea for the micros, because I push these levels, make them available to anybody in a couple of different places that want to use them. And so they need to, some people like the micros as opposed to the minis. See what we've got for naked volume point. Well, we got a naked volume point of control right over here at the top. And here's our naked volume point of control from Friday. So it's kind of 63.23.5. All right. And these are just remember, this is my trading journal, so, which I share. So these are set up the way I have them set up. And if you choose to have a different configuration, that's 100% up to you. Now, in the micro composite, these red and green lines over here are the high and low volume nodes for this micro composite volume profile, and they push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices. Bookmap over here is my execution platform. Now I'm going to restart Investor RT while I'm talking about bookmap here. Sorry, it takes me a minute. There we go. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter the values from the IRT micro composite, you know, the all-time high and negative. I think that one is, I thought that one was touched already, but yeah, all-time high. And I thought this one was still active. I got to look back at that when we get back open again. My typical workflow is that when a level is no longer active, I change the text to black so that I can understand what's going on. Like here's the POC, for example. Anyway, so this is the micro composite column, and these are the high and low volume nodes which push automatically from bookmap. Morning, GA. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night. And this is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 0830. It's supposed to be automatic, but it's been not working very well for the last couple of weeks. I always manually do it, but anyway. And this is a pretty important column for me. This is my notes column where I first changed the title of the column to reflect the open type. Well, if we opened right here, right now, we would be lower in range by a couple of ticks, right? We're lower than the previous close, and we are just above the previous low, RTH-wise. So Friday, we were lower out of range. What I do now is change this to lower in range, and I would be pretty amazed if if this sticks, but we'll see. They've got, 20 minutes here, and they're just bouncing around a second or a tick or two above here. The reason I changed the column title is so that on a snap or my screen, any screen grab or the stream, I can look at this column instantly. It gives me a lot of data. I instantly know the open type, what configuration were we in when we opened, etc. Additionally, in this column, the open type dictates which statistics group I will use associated with the session prices. I also flag the migrating VPOC here, and I do that real simply by just like this. Come on. Assuming that I can hit the damn button. There you go. So that I do that throughout the day. And of course, the yellow brick road does continue to plot all day, but pretty soon it'll scroll off the left of the screen. And so I choose to have all the data that I think is important to trade right here on the hard right edge. Something I've started doing recently, well, first of all, I changed the heat map all around and got rid of all that noise, which I consider to be noise. I want to know that there's 285 contracts sitting here at 92.5. And there is that resting liquidity reflected, but there's not all the other noise that happens and colors and crap that I find distracting. And remember that this is all absolutely personal preference. And whatever works for you is super. That's what you should do. So what I've started doing recently is keeping the entire session on the screen in the chart, marking the open with this vertical line, and then keeping the entire session in the chart to give me a sense of perspective of where we've been and where we're going. And then if I were going to be interested in executing here, which I'm not, this is just an example, I would just scroll in, and that's what I've been doing lately. Seems to be pretty handy. Now, okay, let me restart. You see why I don't multitask. I try not to multitask. Okay. What I'm going to do now, I'm restarting IRT now so we can go back and forth a little bit here, and I can talk about the statistics levels and stuff like that. While we're waiting for that, there is nothing magical about any of these prices, despite what many internet gurus would want to have you believe. It's just math and price data. Previous high, settlement, previous low, it's all real straightforward. There's only a couple of things that are questionable that need explanation. The IBs, high and low, are nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. It's an old acronym from market profile days called initial balance. So nothing magic there. The POCs, also nothing magic. They simply mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Nothing more, nothing less. Right now, at, let's call it 27.96, is the POC for the full session. The split second that one of these says 27.97, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. It just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. The VWAPs, I have one. And by the way, for POCs, I have one for the RTH and one for the Globex or full session. Same thing with the VWAPs, which is volume weighted average price. And the mid, I only have an RTH mid. Let me see what else we got going on here. So the rest of these prices are just as they were, right? Just as they make perfect sense. If you don't understand the abbreviations, well, I'm sorry about that. There's a previous close. Here's the low. So let's look at the open type. Now, how would we determine the open type? It's only got very simple, not confusing, certainly not, rocket science, or I'm not a rocket surgeon or a brain scientist. So the way this works is, where are we going to open today's RTH session as it relates to the previous RTH close and the previous RTH range? Well, there's a close. We're lower than the close, right? Here's the RTH range. We're within range. Wow. Lower in range. Pretty difficult, isn't it? Okay. Now, get back over here that this little beauty's opened up, and here are our settlement prices. That always happens on the weekend. I don't shut any of this stuff off until Saturday when I update all of the Windows, check for updates thing, and restart all the machines, and then restart the programs for Sunday night at 1700 for the RTH Open. So let's look at the statistics. They are generated from this study in IRT, and there's only 4, gap down, gap up, and 2 in the middle. Easy, huh? I'm estimating, we just talked about, that we're going to open lower in range. Okay, the way the study works is also very simple, strictly mathematics, strictly statistics. It looks backwards at 2,000 days. Well, call me a liar for, 2 days. It's 1,998 days. Of these days, we opened lower in range 589 of them, 29%. Of the days where we opened 5 lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 494 times for 83.9%. Overnight volume point of control, 83.9. Bam. That is exactly all there is to it. And then I will simply go down the list over here and pick off the next one, which would be the overnight mid, and that's 82.5. The overnight mid is right somewhere. It's hiding from us here. Let's check if we can find it over here. Typically, it's buried under one of these other ones. Let's see. Usually, it's very close by here, so I think it's probably under there, actually. And I will leave it alone for that, for now. Then we'll go to the next one, which is the previous close, and that's 73.0%. And there's the previous close. 73.0. And that's all there is to this. These are the statistics. Now, these are not hard and fast lines in the sand or absolute targets. They are probabilities. This is the percentage of time that this price was revisited out of a data set of 2,000 days where we opened lower in range, period. Do they offer good ideas and suggestions? Yeah. Is the overnight volume point of control revisited quite frequently every day? I can't think of a day that it hasn't been. And yeah, so if we open right up here someplace, this is below us, I'm thinking we're going to go down there and get that. That's how the statistics and the probabilities work. And it's not any one person dreamed this up. This study was put together by Chad Payne and IRT years ago. So this is not anything new that's been, conjured up by somebody recently. Let's see what's next. The IB high, that's a good one. It's 70.5. Okay, here is the IB high. And that probability is 70.5. And then what I do is IB high. Okay, because remember the definition, this is going to suddenly be marking the high, and then the IB low will be marking the low of the first 1 hour of this upcoming RTH session. So the minute we open, this flag is going to move there. And then I'm going to be going, what the hell was this 70.5? Well, I've got it marked now, so I know what it used to be. That's, again, this is my journal, and this is my workflow. And that's the point. Okay, the next thing I do, and I'll continue to do these statistics as time wears on here before we open. But for now, it's time for something I do every day, which is called the TLab snap. And what, you may ask, is the TLab? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. It was started by and is started by a guy named Tom B, who, hold on a minute here. As I said, I don't multitask well. Okay. By Tom B, who I believe is a professional and successful trader. And he's, reportedly been at it for 46 years. And I have absolutely no reason to doubt that. He doesn't trade live, nor does he call trades. So, technically, I don't know that the guy ever traded anything, you know what I'm saying? But you pretty soon after conversation and posts and many things like that, you kind of, I believe that I can sense that it's the truth. And so I choose to support that here. First of all, one of the most important reasons I stuck around there in the beginning was there is absolutely nothing for sale ever, and you're never solicited for anything, which is one hell of a refreshing condition on the internet today, isn't it? And that's the reason that I only make this comment or this endorsement for the Traders Lab. And none of the other bookmap Discord chat rooms, because I certainly haven't been to all of them and have no plans to do so. I did visit 2 others over the past long time ago, several months back, and they were typical. The second word out of the guy's mouth was, buy this, it's available on my website, whatever, which is perfectly fine. And it's supported by Bookmap, and that's absolutely their business. But it's not interesting to me, and so I don't feel it would be right for me to endorse that or to recommend that, or whatever is the right word you want to use here. So the Traders Lab, I do these snaps, 2 of them every day. The news and reports around 6, and then this snap here, which shows the levels and naked volume, points of control, and pretty much everything. And this started years ago, or I guess more than a year ago for sure, when I noticed that the chat would get real bogged down right at the beginning of everybody, what's POC, what's POC, what's POC, or what, pick a question. And so I thought, well, if there was some sort of a post that would give everybody all of the pertinent numbers that they were interested in, that might help streamline things and take the load off of Tom and whatever else. So that's where this chart derived from. And the minute somebody says they don't need it or it isn't worth anything, well then, no problem. I'll stop doing it. Pretty easy. Here is then the my charting. So this is IRT and this is Bookmap. And now we've understood how I do those things, and I'll continue to put these percentages in here when I'm sure that we're going to open higher. I hate to put them in and then, in the last couple of minutes we change the open type. So, excuse me. The next thing that's pretty important to do if you're trading with Bookmap is be able to trade. And in order to do that, you need to activate the trade control panel with this little button up here, the padlock, and select which way you want to interact with this application to trade with your mouse. Chart, dome, both. If you choose chart, you can only trade with your mouse inside the active data column. If you choose dome, you can only trade with your mouse in the dome columns. And both, wait for it, both columns. There you go. I have my hotkeys enabled on my keyboard, and you can trade with them in any of the 3 configurations. However, the application must have the computer focus. if I was poking around over on IRT somewhere and saw something in Bookmap and tried to enter a hotkey, enter a trade via the keyboard, it wouldn't work because I got to have the focus over here. Obviously, that's not an issue with the mouse because when you click on the application, that provides the focus. So there's that. In addition to that, what I do is I use multi-brackets and I use a risk-neutral package or system, trade management system. And it needs to be an even number of contracts and up. So obviously the lowest package size is 2. The stop for both or the entire package is at 1 level. In my case, I've chosen 12 ticks. And then the first tick profit target is for half of the package, in this case, 1 contract, at the same tick size positively as the stop is negative. Then there's a runner. I also, where'd that go? Here we go. I also want to make sure I got that thing activated. Okay. And now I confirm that this is the package size that I wanted. And then I click this padlock button again, which stays green and stays unlocked because we've chosen a way to interact. But I get the screen back, the real estate back on the screen. And now that I've figured out, thanks to, didn't matter, how to track the P&L and all of these conditions in ticks rather than dollars, I keep this little pane visible. It was invisible for a long time until I figured that out, because I don't believe you should trade your P&L. Just me. Again, this is my journal, so, there you go. Do whatever suits you the best. So there's the setup that I use, and there's the configuration. Now we're ticking up here now, so it looks like we're going to open well in range. So we are still, and now here they're going to be tricky. Here's the close, right? Are they going to jump over the top of the close and be higher in range or lower in range? Ooh, I'd say we got 3 minutes. I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be a weird day. There's no news. So the tweet bombs and the risk of random input to disrupt the auction is extremely high, in my opinion. And I feel kind of remiss about not putting in the rest of these statistics right now, but this looks a little dicey to me, so I'm going to just stand by. We're going to open in 2 minutes. And let me see what I have forgotten to do. Nothing. Okay. So far, I try to do the same process every morning at about 8 o'clock, go through all the pre-market. Here was yesterday, we traded, Friday, we traded down here to these lows, and then worked our way back up, brought value and up above, basically overlapping and higher. So that's where the day was. It was a really great, real classic. Let me see something here. Is this true? Yeah. No? Yeah. IB continuation is what I was getting ready to say. I'm focusing on a couple of vetted trades. In this case, the initial balance trades, there's 2. There's a IBF or failure and an IBC or continuation, and they are just what you would imagine they are. The IB failure would be applicable in a rotational day, and it means that we test the IB high at 9:30, and we rotate or mean revert back to the center, back to the mean. The IB continuation is obviously the opposite. In a trending or directional day, we take out the IB, test below it, and in the case of the upper one, and then continue on. So those are the trades that I'm focusing on vetting, and they're working out pretty well. Let me see what else I've forgotten. There we go, is the open, and of course we didn't reset. God, that's annoying. And now it's the double click's not even working. This thing is all right. Irritating. There we go. So here we start to flag the volume points of control. God, that's irritating. And I've obviously, this thing has worked good for years. Now all of a sudden the latest update or whatever else, it doesn't want to work. I've tried all kinds of things, resyncing my clock to the, time server and suggestions that have been made. So here we are. And then now that I've got this done, I'm going to clear the resets, which should leave us right there. So now that's absolutely correct. Remember that the IB high is going to move down here in a minute and the low is going to move up here, and that these prices are pushed, or these levels are pushed automatically from IRT. And they're instantaneous over there. Over here, you see they're instantaneously where they belong. And now what I'm going to do is change this one to full set, or to the day session. Like that. And there we go. Now this is caught up. This delay is not a bug. It's known. IRT pushes these levels immediately. The most frequent refresh time I'm able to set in the Cloud Notes column is 1 minute. So there you go. And sometimes you'll notice that the line here will be off of the flag for a brief period. This is an indicator that I bought from Bookmap, which I didn't realize I did not need to do, but anyway, I did. And the folks that coded that have a quicker refresh time than 1 minute, obviously. So there we go. Let me finish what I was doing. The reason I reset these IRT is to make sure that the value area, high and low flags, remain accurate. And I'll explain what that's about right now. As soon as I get through doing this on the micros. There we go. Okay. The value area low and high, per the definition of in IRT, are flag based as the high value area high and low of the previous auction. So during the overnight hours or the ETH period, these reflect accurately the previous. When I have the charting on full session, they reflect the previous RTH session because that's the previous auction. But the minute we open right here, right now, the previous auction suddenly becomes the ETH, which just finished. So in order to have these levels be accurate for the folks who take, obviously I understand this, but for the folks in TLab or wherever who use these levels, which I provide, anybody that wants them, and here too, as far as that goes, in order to have them be as understood for the previous RTH session, I need to change my IRT charting to day session only. So there you go. That's the reason for that. Now, boy, oh boy, huh? Tight one. So I next will do my new thing of the vertical line at the open. There we go. And what did we do? We haven't. Here's our open. Very definitely in range. Ooh. But I'm thinking that we did open above our close. So we actually opened higher in range. Let's check that out. Yeah. Wait for these levels to get pushed around. So here's our close. Come on down here. Let's make them a little wider. there's our close and there's our open. So we're higher in range by a tick. Yeah, you gotta love it, huh? Or a couple ticks. No, a tick. And maybe it's just, anal or OCD, but I try to make them correct because I want them to, as I said earlier in the pre-market, they tell me what's going on. This flag does in a snap or a recording or something else. And so there you have it. Now, I'm not going to bother putting these statistics in here, but the overnight high and the overnight low and all of those are typically very frequently revisited statistics. As you can see, they were right here. The open, zip, zip, and down we are. Back to the current RTH VPOC. And there was our RTH mid now and our developing value area low and high and all those levels. Pretty soon this is going to get caught up with this one, I assume. Let's hope so. There we go. See how the line jumped a little bit late of the flag? They get out of sync. I don't know. I suspect it's that IRT updated the second that this thing did, the cloud note column did, and then the indicator was a little bit behind that. No, but I don't care anymore. If it bothers you, don't look. You know what I mean? Yeah, I try to keep everything as I can right here on my, as I said, on the hard right edge. I don't want to be looking all over the place. That's the reason I try to do that. Been doing that for years. Yeah, at least years, I guess. And I will, through the day, I will add some of these other statistics in for the purpose of the recording and any screen snaps. Not that it obviously makes any freaking difference now. It's over with, you know. We know we took out the statistic for the overnight high, and we don't need to worry too goddamn much about what it was, right? And don't forget that the open type changed. Now, here's something that I guess you probably know, you who have both of these, but if you don't, IRT, after the open, IRT highlights the correct open type column with blue. That's why anybody that just does a snap, you'll see that highlighted like that. So to change these then, it's 83.7 was the overnight volume point of control. And what else we got here? Overnight high is 75.1. So this it's already been taken out, but there is 75.1. And let's see what else we've got around here. We still have our, I think I forgot to mention this probably because I was a little bit groggy yet this morning. I closed down Bookmap between 16 and 1700 every day, or the course of the weekend, all weekend, right? And this, I always clear the notes column and put this naked volume point of control in here. This is the naked volume point of control from the last RTH auction. So by definition, it's naked. It has not been revisited in an RTH auction. This is the point of control from Friday RTH session, right there. Here's settlement. IB high. I don't see our old friend here. And there's the overnight mid that I couldn't find. So there's the overnight mid, and that's 77.3. I'm just doing these, and I realize it's just, you know, an anal exercise, but it's to catch up with what so that my stuff is right for the screen snaps and whatever. The IB low is 61.9, which obviously I can't put in because I didn't mark it as I did up above. And now it's reflecting accurately the high and the low of the first 1 hour of trade. And if you don't have the statistics, here they are. Previous POC 67.3, IB low, previous high 55.7. Well, Jesus. Yeah. And the overnight volume point of control down here is really 83.7. Wow, that's a pretty big, that's a pretty big one, isn't it? One of the things that I've noticed, and that I'm sure you would too, is that the probabilities on the more current or the higher probability numbers, for example, the overnight point of control, which is typically always the highest, here's 83.8 and here it is at 83.7. They they differ very little between higher and lower in range. Now, the further you get away from them, the more they do vary. So that's just, I don't know whether that's meaningful, tradable, or who gives a shitable, you know. But anyway, that's something I've noticed. And I used to be real upset about the fact that I wasn't getting these in here at the right time ahead of all that. But when it's close like this, I just, you know what I mean. It is what it is. And I don't worry about it. Right now, we're going to be in a real tight range, in my opinion. This is going to be a real goofy day and a goofy week. This is expiration, third Friday of the month. And there's a whole bunch of numbers coming out starting tomorrow. And Fed speakers tell, or speakers in general, and Fed speakers until the cows come home, the balance of the week. And I was really shocked that there was nothing today. I don't remember seeing that for a long time. But you see where we are. We opened right there, just a little below value from Friday. And there's the value area low from Friday, right? That's a statistic we could put in there, I guess. And we didn't quite get there by a tick. And now we're trading lower. And these kind of markets, my initial reaction would be, pre-market kind of wise, which I think I forgot to mention. Overnight inventory was essentially 100% long. So what would I expect? Well, I would expect some responsive selling to take profit. And that's exactly what we're getting. How do I say that? Well, here's our overnight. Basically 100% long. There's where we opened. Okay? So this means all of this inventory was long. What are they going to do? What are all these guys going to do to take profit? They're going to sell. Responsive selling. That's, I think, makes sense. And let's see, what have I forgotten to do now? I've updated my system. I got all my settlements in there. Why that doesn't do that, I don't know. You can, obviously, if you have IRT, you know that you can just, if you ever have a data issue, you can download whatever of these you choose by just right-clicking on the chart. You cannot do that on the quote page that I've been able to figure out. So I restart the system when I don't have my settlements picked up yet. A little fun fact there. Okay. Hey, Antonio. Bon dia tudo bem. Boy, I wish I was somewhere where that was the language I heard out the window. That'd be truly great. I'm pretty sure we'll end up back in KL, to be honest about it. We've talked about it a lot. That was probably one of the best places to live for me. We were there 11 years. My wife and daughter, of course, are Vietnamese, so right up their alley. An hour and a half flight home to see the parents or whatever, and rather than 27 hours. And a lot of other perks over there. The reason we settled in KL instead of Thailand or Vietnam even is the language. And Thailand, they have a different script and a different language, and I can't even make out a street sign, right? KL is English. I mean, they speak Bahasa Malaysia, but everybody pretty much speaks a degree of English, and the writing and all of that stuff is in English. The law is basically a English system. The cost of living is fantastic. It's the ringgit is 4-to-1 to the dollar. So if you make $10,000 in a hard currency, can't say that the dollar's going to be that for very long. But if you make 10 grand in a month in a hard currency, that's the same as 40 grand. And the cost of living isn't commensurate with that difference, because obviously the people that live there need to have the cost of living where they need it. And first world everything, internet, services, health care. It's really a pretty phenomenal place to live, actually. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Well, just chopping around. Testing lower, weren't able to take a look at the lows or exceed the lows from Friday. Test back up here see if we can get some traction above the open and into previous RTH value, which I kind of doubt. And today could truly be just a real low volume chop fest. I don't know. Who knows? Oh, volume's higher. That's interesting. This is volume percent as of this time today. So there you go. Shows you what I know. My feeling was it was lower. I don't know about you. It seemed to me like the volume felt slow to me. These are delta divergences. This is harmonic rotations, open interests, SPX, some statistical studies over here. And again, I'm working on the IB trades, so I will wait patiently until 9:30. Yeah, GA, what? Or were you just saying hi? Yeah. Weird weekend. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were saying hi or asking me a question, so I've put the stream on one of my upper monitors. I've got a few monitors around here, and the ones in front of me are a 4-monitor rack, and the 2 upper ones are on a different machine, so I can monitor stuff up there, including the stream. And then my 2 main monitors, and one to the left is this trading machine, and around the corner a little further is another monitor for another machine, which is my everyday email and all that kind of thing. 2 stand-up desks, and I'm standing here from 8 o'clock in the morning until at least 1500. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not, no flow to me. I'm just standing here watching now. That's the pre-market and stuff. I try to maintain not necessarily a flow, but the same, order kind of, so that it's, so that I remember what the hell's going on, and make sure I catch everything in there. Testing that IB high now. Are they going to push it up a little bit? I would think without a whole lot of question they were going to get up at least a settlement, wouldn't you think? And that previous NVPOC from Friday. Our big statistics are pretty much over. The closest thing we've got now is the overnight or the previous RTH high at 55. Or if you prefer to look over here, previous high, open, ETH high, expected move based on the implied volatility. I think that's something new. I've been trying to picked up on how somebody did that, and I've been trying to see if it matters. A lot of times you get a lot of ooh, this is the most important thing I've ever seen. And then after you track it for a while, you figure, well, that's about useless as, as I've ever got. So I have no clue. I don't make a big thing about it. But as I understand, what you do is you take the expected move for the, on the daily expected move, it would be 1 day, and in the options chain, and based on implied volatility, and add that or subtract that to the open price of the ETH, and that's how I think you do it. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, mixed questions and thoughts. Sure, bounce away. Antonio's a good trader, and he trades a little. I don't know exactly how you do your stuff over there, but he trades different platforms, executes through internet or IB, interactive brokers, and we're different, everybody. And I can tell you, for one thing, T+2, no. Trade date plus 2 days, no. Well, yeah, there's a lot of people that do different kinds of ranges weekly and all these different kinds of things, but I don't know that it makes any difference. I mean, it's kind of what we look at with the statistics, right? But they don't look back more than yesterday or the RTH set. Interesting thing, though. That would be easy to plot on a smaller something or another. This is the chart that I use to do goofy stuff. Is this working? Yeah, this is my version of, this is how I set up the heat map on IRT in the dome. Okay, so let's see here now. well, let's get rid of this and go. Let's go this way and this way. So there's 1, 2, 3, right? Okay, so I'm not good with drawing stuff over here, to be honest with you. Maybe I can draw this price box thingy, you know? So if we take that about there to there, there's the range for 3 days. Oh, you wanted 2 days, right? Yeah, never mind. Sorry about that. Oh, no, 3-day range. There you go. Oh yeah, I mean, and options world is something that I don't understand much at all, actually. But yeah, I mean, sure, depending on margin call, depending on who's the guy, I guess, you know, who's the trader. So there's 3 days. There's, if you're seeing, oh, you're not seeing the chart. Yeah, you are. There you go. So there's 3 days. So there's the high and the low of 3 days range. The low and the high of 3 days from Thursday, Friday, and today so far. Oh, no. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and today so far. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I forgot we're not getting anywhere yet. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. I don't mess with this kind of stuff much. The drawing tools. I'm sort of a if it ain't broke, don't fix it guy, you know. And if what I'm doing, if it's not something I do normally, I don't know anything about it. But there you are. So if you're thinking about that, the low is 62.76, and the high would be 63.35 half, which is pretty obvious because that's the all-time high. That would be the range. I don't know. I mean, as far as margin calls and stuff, well, that's a better question for Tom or somebody at the TLab or maybe Antonio that I don't know much about. I got a real bad taste in my mouth for trading equities when 911 and haven't really messed with them since. I would think for margin call, it would be 100% based on who the traders are, you know. I don't guess Citadel's going to have a problem with margin calls if they're long or short on some particular stock. And in the case of the ES, since it's the S&P 500, that's a lot of stocks, I guess. I don't know. Interesting. There's a lot of interesting ways to look at the market. And if it works for you, get with it, you know. I care. This is the NQ, right? This is the MNQ. I drew these 2 boxes last night at the Open. Well, they really held pretty much, didn't they? Does that mean anything? I don't know. This is TopStep X, by the way. And there's guys there like Dakota who doesn't use any indicators, doesn't use any volume profile, doesn't have anything on his chart except the price action, does support and resistance, and make, you know, $250,000 in a couple of months, 6 months or something. So, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to look at this market and to trade it. And I wish I was as good at it as some people are. And I kind of always tend to think that not complicating something is better for the way I think. That's why I've changed the heat map and my overall view around here. Those charts, like, we're all from the Traders Lab, basically. So, you know, like those screen snaps and stuff that Tom has done over the past that are up there under the pin, all of that confusion and noise and colors and all that, I can't make heads or tails out of that stuff. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it or that he's not a great trader. I'm saying it doesn't work for my brain. It just looks so confusing to me. I can't even track where price is going. So that's why I try to keep it real simple and then not say a lot, because I don't want to, anything that works for you is great, or for anybody else is great. And I'm certainly not going to argue with that. And I am very conscious of never wanting to be the guy who thinks everybody in the band's out of step but him, So that's that. But yeah, your 3-day deal may, I guess range margin calls could happen. I think that boils down to the fractal or the time frame, right? If there's a bunch of guys in here that have a $1,000 account or $2,000 account, they're going to have a margin call between here and here. Now, this is not stocks, but yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sure that there are people that do know that. Tom probably does. I'm sure there's other people in the TLab that'll be happy to spend a lot of time explaining why they think, whether they agree or disagree. I'm sure of that. Okay, here we are. Yeah, well, responsive selling for a little profit taking. And what are we really doing? Well, we're rotating. So far, we have a higher high and a higher low. Are we now moving up? We catch a little bit of a bid, and after this profit taking, and we're going to move higher? Beats me so far. I have to let it develop and see how the IB turns out. At the moment, we're 17 handles wide. We opened about 20 down, 20 handles, I think, down. NQ opened down about 100 and change last night. So if I can get this set, yeah, there's a dollar wide, dollar high, and here we are wide. Okie dokie. What happened? It was a big opportunity. I went around the corner there for a minute and nope. All right. I guess the way I look at this, yeah, I figured that out, Kelton. Kiloton. But yeah, I'm a real believer in the statistical point of view of trading, that it's a random market, that the outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. It is a binary market. It only goes up and down. time is what we put on it to make it look horizontal. And that the way to get somewhere trading it as a business is to identify a potential setup, the qualifying criteria that validate the entry for that setup, and then capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and those criteria away from the market, live market, as we all know. Do that in your homework period. And if you mathematically, statistically, if that setup and those criteria have an edge, then you trade that every time it presents itself in the live market. And as I said earlier, I'm working on the IB. I've narrowed down all the crap to the IBs, and I am focused on those two. And that's what I'm going to work on. And then you let the law of large numbers play the percentage or pay the percentage to your side of the table. The exact, as we all know, the exact business model of a casino. The business model of the most successful traders and hedge fund people in the world. Tom Sosnoff and Simmons and Jim and Tudor Jones and, Tom the trader, the, best loser guy, and all of them. If you listen to anybody talk long enough, that is a successful professional trader. They all get around to saying that it's a business of probabilities, and what you've got to do is get the number of outcomes or samples in your data set. And that's what I believe that's the way to go. In my opinion, I'm not clever enough at coding to ever automate it, because I don't know what I see so far, at least, is that it is so, the minutia is, right now for me, is so discretionary. And I don't know how you code around that. How the quant guys do that is really, I think it's phenomenal how if they're able to figure that out, and I guess they are. So I'm sure that my trading will never be that mechanized, other than it'll be specific for, setups that I've vetted, and then the discretionary part will be still in there as near as I can tell. And if you listen to Tom or anybody like that, Rod or anybody, it's the same for them. I can't think of anybody in any place that I've been around that just trades mechanically. The second it gets there, they hit it without any kind of qualification or, discretionary judgment call. Maybe, but I don't know that. I don't know. Put it that way. There's a lot of yahoos with a lot of stuff to say, but, I really think, or at least that makes me feel the most comfortable too. Maybe it's just from my background and things I've done in my life that the statistics and some sort of probability makes sense to me. Well, I think that what you need to do is, they are mechanical, and that's what I like. There's no frickin' question in anybody's mind let's pretend that it's 9:30. There's no frickin' question in anybody's mind that that's the IB high, right? And there's the IB low. That is mechanical. Now, how price, the nuances come in, and Antonio and I have talked about this a lot previously. For example, the VPOC migration trade, obviously the most obvious setup that anybody, and I'm sure probably everybody, tries to vet first. I know I did, because how can you miss the damn yellow brick road moving around, right? Well, it's obvious that when that does something, there's a VPOC migration down. There's a VPOC migration down. And if you took that, I guess you made money. But the key for me with that trade is the qualifying criteria and the trigger to take the trade. That's the one that's tough for me. That's where the discretion comes in. But I don't have any problem with the fact that, that's definitely the IB high and there's definitely the IB low. And assuming nothing happens in the next 20 minutes, that's where they're going to be. Now, how I react to them when it gets there. Rod has several trades like the mid flip. They often trade the VWAP to VPOC trade, but this is a perfect, here you go. There's a VWAP to VPOC, right? And it worked. But it's discretionary. Is there enough range? Is there enough meat on the bone? Those are the things that come into it that matter, in my opinion. And that is qualified by your time frame and are you a scalper that's tickled to death to get 2 points? 6 or 8 ticks? And there's nothing wrong with that. Great. I think all these algo people that we all hear so much about, what I've been able to glean about all of that is it's microseconds and 1 tick. You do, 1,000,001 ticks in a day. And there you are. And they're obviously not paying commission or doing any of that stuff. So, I don't know. I think it's all scale and relative. But yes, in my opinion, I agree with you completely. The structured trades are not just, I don't feel like you can just take them absolutely mechanically or I don't feel that I can, without any kind of discretion. Here, what is today? Today is about as rotational as you're going to get, isn't it? There's where we open. Here's where we're trading. Well, I'm sorry. There's where we opened. There's where we're trading. Now, when we come up to one of the IBs, you have to make a discretionary call. What do you think it's going to be? Well, I would initially be looking for an IB failure because we're in a pretty much rotational day. We've extended lower more than we've extended higher. We're pretty much balanced, though. The POC is proportionally higher than it is lower. So I would probably be thinking that a test of the IB low might be a better entry for the failure to the upside. You see what I mean? And if we're in a more directional but still rotational situation, where is that IB low or high as it compares to the VPOC? Well, it's right up here. It's only a few handles away. 92 to 97. It's 4 handles away there. And it's 81 to, it's 12 handles or 11 handles away from the IB low. Those are the discretionary things that I think would come into play for me. I used to have a real strict range requirement in my trade plan. Absolutely no entry was valid if there was not an unobstructed path to the first risk neutral scale. And then I spent days standing here looking at the charts and no trades because I would not exactly have a setup or I wouldn't have the range. There's no range from here to 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 here, right? You know what I mean? So where's the only place that there's any kind of range? Well, let's see. There's 80 to 84. Okay, if you got a long off of down here, would have been range. That's the only one I see, isn't it? The only one that's got 3 points. So, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of times that stuff like that happens, but that's fine. But I'm waiting for the IB to set up and looking for an IB trade. Here's one. There's a mid to the VPOC. There's a whole bunch of VWAP to VPOCs, and none. You know, what is it? 1.5? Now this is the Globex VWAP. What do you do with that? You just got to pick something, I think, and stick to it. Get ready to trade. I'm going to go get another glass of water. The one thing I think is important, that I feel important, and why I started this whole thing, and why this journal of mine, I will never take, I have, and I always say it in the beginning of the pre-market, an absolute commitment not to take any trades off of this stream. That's why the stream lasts all day. Early on, I had a 2-hour stream or something like that, and then I came walking back into the office, or was standing here, and a trade would set up, and I didn't take it because I didn't want to have anything off the stream. And I believe that's important. No matter who they are, if they aren't transparent or accountable, there's always a question in my mind, you know? And I guess that's just because I'm old. If you know what I mean. I'm not saying anything bad about anybody. I'm just saying that when I do something here, there's absolutely no question about it. There's a green line that's break even. There's the entry. There's the trade. There's the, if I move the stop, it's all right. It's all recorded for posterity in both the recording of the TLab, of the book map, and on the stream. So there's no question about it. If I lose money, that's it. If I make money, that's it too. And I think that's kind of important. I don't think it's kind of important. I think it's really important to me. For people that are putting it out there, you know. Obviously, if you're trading your own account, it's up to you. You have yourself, you know, you can go stand in the bathroom mirror and be accountable to yourself. And I believe that that's important to me. That's important to me. Let me put it that way. Speaking of that, where are we here? Oh. Well, that's pretty stupid. I just realized I forgot to hit enter on the TLab snap. Dummy. I don't watch those. Yeah, I don't watch that because I'm not Mr. Multitask guy. So what's going on? So Trump is speaking. Trump and NATO root speak. Trump speaks at a luncheon at 11. Some advisor Hassel spent about. He must have been being interviewed by somebody. He had about a gazillion things to say bad about everybody over here. And then I've noticed that these impromptu potential market or auction disruptors, for example, this morning at 6, these weren't in here. So it's really great that that's happening. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the fact that the president wants to say something. I'm just saying that it's kind of good because I don't follow any of the social media crap or, things. So, here we go. Boom, up to the top. So we're pushing that IB up in the last minutes. That seems to be a phenomenon that's been happening lately. Back to what I was saying about financial juice. I would bet my bottom dollar that somebody said something right there. And we've got that settlement in the NVPOC from Friday right up here. And don't forget our IB high from last week. And what's value area high? What is that? Now I'm going to be I'll be a rearview mirror guy and talk about the value area high statistic and all the wonderful things I know about it. 72%. And here is a perfect example of why you need to make sure you understand that these are probabilities based on only 2 criteria. Quite obviously, if we're going to get to 72%, we're going to need to get through 70.5% first, right? So that's why it's real dangerous to talk about these things, these levels, without qualifying it first, so that some folks that don't understand think, oh, well, we're going there. And yeah, I agree, we probably will go to the value area high. But I wouldn't want somebody to blindly take something that because I said something, you know what I mean? So I try to be as descriptive about these things, or explain what I'm seeing and what I'm thinking best I can. Well, here we go. Bangity boom, bitty boom. Now it's getting to the point where now my thinking is as follows. Here we have settlement. Here we have overnight volume point of control from Friday. We're at Friday's close. And value area high and IB highs up here. So likely there's stops up here. People have positions up here. There's that side of the coin. The second side of the coin is an interesting, we are absolutely rotational, and so likely to be an IB failure. Would it be from the top down or would it be from the bottom up? Would that be the more likely? In my opinion, looking at the profile here, we don't have any excess on the top, and we're just under these levels. I would think when we take out this IB high, it's gonna go up. Now, how far and what the reaction will be after that, I don't know. That's where my discretion will come into the IB trade for me today. That's thinking out loud. And I'm sure it's plain as day to somebody like Tom or whoever, A big thing for me. A big thing for me is time frame. A lot of people, don't realize what time frame somebody's trading in. And, I can say one thing, Tom can say something, Dakota can say something, you can say something. But if you don't know what time frame and what parameters, what's your risk appetite, what's your parameters, what are your goals, what are your, if you use it, bracketing order, what is your targets? That makes a hell of a big difference. And I think, and I believe that a lot of people misunderstand that and interpret that to their time frame, whether that's really the right way to go or not. I don't know. Weak stops taken out with our RTH Open. Trying to think about the RTH Open. In the ES, right? GA. Well, we're all over the close and the overnight high and the developing value high and the value area low and the pick a stop, man. Pick a level. You see where my range requirement wouldn't work? There's no place you have any way to trade till you get down here. And now we're going to pull back to the VPOC for the 930 IB statistic, I guess. Oh, we did have Rod's. We had Rod's IB30 though. There you go. So the high or low of the first 30 minutes, which was here, was exceeded by the high or low of the second 30 minutes, which is up here. There you go. Yeah. In a minute, I'll move my stuff around. I want to keep everything where I can see it here. Oh, I know. I can do this over here. Yeah. Okay. Get rid of this boxy thing here. I guess we can do this. But yeah, we opened gap down on the overnight last night, and I was watching, and then we finally got back up into range and almost into value. Not quite. So yeah, I would guess we took out those stops on the Friday stops probably, and to some degree. Here's your 3-day range thing, right? Yeah. And then London came along. Nothing happened in Asia. London came along and wham. That seems to be the case 99.9% of the time. If I wasn't so tired and old, I'd get up, trade London. So here we are at the IB statistic is now in play, and we are exactly in the middle. Well, that narrows it down, doesn't it? I'll tell you one thing that has not worked out for me as a statistic or as a good entry is trying to play to the IB stat. Okay, we're below mid, we're below this, we're below that. We're gonna take out the IB low, or whatever. You know what I mean? What I've figured out with the statistics that I have so far is to wait for that IB stat to be satisfied and then work on the IB continuation or failure, not to take the IB stat. Just me, just my findings. And, just for the posterity and the sake of the recording, the IB statistic is very well known, comes from the old market profile days. There is greater than, stand by, 97, 98, 98.3. Yeah, there is a greater than 97.7% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. That is the probability for all four open types right here. There's the statistic right there. 97.7, 98, 98.3, 98. So it's higher than 97.7 in all four open types. I don't think it's very tradable in that respect, because is it going to be the higher or the low, and is it going to be in the first nanosecond after 9:30 or the last one before the close? So then that's where these trades come into play that we've been talking about, the IB failure and the IB continuation. That's why I didn't have any success trying to play to the IB. Okay, we're below here, we're going to take out the IB low. Maybe. That's a coin flip and gambling. Or maybe somebody's done stats on that, I don't know. I mean, if you had to look at it, I would suppose we're going to take out the IB low, but, who the hell knows? Maybe somebody does. I'm sure there's somebody who'll say they do. And get your trading gear on. I'll be right back. Well, so it looks like we're basically rotating in a real narrow range, slightly skewed to the upside, slightly higher highs and higher lows. Value is lower, not overlapping yet. Most important thing for me is the ranges. Well, now it's up to 20 or 19 handles. Been trying to mess around and find some sort of background music to just kill the dead air, but all I can find is this kind of, at first it's got to be royalty free and copyright free and all those kind of things for YouTube. And I can't really find anything that's besides, ravey kind of sound and stuff. I can't find any jazz or stuff. Maybe I just haven't looked right. I don't know. It isn't exactly the top of my priority list, but I thought it'd be kind of nice. I don't wear a headset anyway while I'm standing here, and I don't have room speakers, so I don't hear it. if I want to monitor what I'm saying on the stream to make sure it's okay, I put my headset back on. But I'm used to standing here for hours a day in the quiet, so I don't have a problem with that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is about like watching paint dry, huh? What do we got? So 11 o'clock. Let me see what that big comments was supposed to be coming out from tweets or us. He speaks at a luncheon at 11, Trump. Now he's going to meet the NATO Secretary General. Huh. This sentence doesn't make any sense to me. U.S. Commerce Department probe into some steel concrete started on June 24th. Probe applies to Vietnam, Egypt, Bulgaria, and Algeria. I guess they're insinuating that these places are transshipping China steel and concrete? That doesn't make any sense to me because China is a huge importer of steel and concrete. I got no idea. I have a fact that'll blow your mind if you are into construction at all. China poured more yards of concrete, and I wish I could look it up quickly to make sure of these dates, but this is not an exaggeration. From 2000, let's see, what the hell was it? I think it was from 2006 to 2020. They poured more yards of concrete than America has in the 21st century. Having been around construction a lot, a contractor or whatever, and my son still lives in Colorado, poured some concrete in my time. That's staggering, man. That's really that is an amazing fact or statistic. And I'll try to, I could be out there like Pluto. I'm not, as far as the staggering difference, but the dates or something like that, I'll try to verify them, just for the point of accuracy. But really, really phenomenal. I mean, unbelievable. And probably a huge part of that was just the Three Gorges Dam by itself, I suppose. Well, here we are, stuck in the middle again, boys and girls. A slight skew north. I wouldn't say I called this context. Visibly identifiable here with the changes in the IB. Low and high. And if you want to be real technical, higher lows. And I think higher, yep, higher highs. Technically north. And I'm sure there's lots of people trading hell out of things here and making good money, but not where I'm going. Again, the time frame. If you got on down here and you traded up there, good for you. What is that? 80 to 97. Oh, there you go. 17 handles. That's a nice trade. And what would that be? That would be just a plain, straight up mean reversion trade, I guess, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay. Outside in. Nice. And another one outside in. So there's two. Cool. Probably the next group of trade or the next trade setup type I'll work on vetting. I'm trying to stick to one at a time so that I don't find myself just, throwing darts unintentionally or unwittingly. Kind of got to suspect that at some point there's going to be some sort of a tape bomb and this thing's going to go rocketing one way or the other. And that may not be the case. I mean, look at the overnight. Look at Friday. Essentially nothing. It was just rotational. Basically a P-shaped profile, which is supposedly indicative of short covering. Well, 6,300. I guess that's a strike probably. We've got 272 parked out there. I don't know whatever happened to 500 boy. He must have went away, gone away. All right, here we go up to the poking around the top again here. Another burst of volume down there, which I would assume here. Somebody said something, in my opinion. Better hurry up or it's going to be RTH 1 over with, and then I'm going to be in further slow-mo here. One thing my analysis paralysis has done for me is to gotten me pretty acclimated to not taking a trade all day. I definitely don't feel the need to trade. I'm trying to be religiously focused on doing this process the right way, the way I believe to have it be the right way. Let me point that out. Strictly my point of view and advice from Rod and Garrett and guys like that, who I think are actual real traders. I know Rod is. He posts his stuff. That's one nice thing about Static is people actually post their actual trades in the end of the month synopsis on the Static journal and all that stuff. Well, I'm waiting for the IB statistic to be taken out, as I said earlier, and that's what I'll do. Now, we're heading up here for the IB high. One would guess. I would be looking for this to pop through here, take out some stops, and come back down, mean reversion. And my initial thinking would be the IB short or IB failure trade. But in this case, working on these initial balance trades, that's it. I mean, I think pretty clearly put forward by Tom and me and Rod and whoever else you want to listen to, the IB statistics and the IB statistics from years gone by are pretty clean, are pretty well defined. The discretion comes in on the actual choice of the qualifying parameters in the trigger, but just thinking out loud, the IB failure is the preferred or the suspected anticipated trade in a balanced market. What are we? Well, we're a pretty balanced market. On the overall scale compared to Friday, we are, overlapping lower. Our value is not even overlapping. It's just we're trading lower. I think my, tendency is kind of to be looking short, which is kind of coincidental because we're looking like we might take out the IB high. And then I'll make a discretionary judgment as to whether I think it's a trigger for the IB failure or not. And that'll be my signal to trade. And that's the only one. And, there's a lot of different stuff. We've talked about. Here's a mean reversion, real sweet mean reversion trade. Double bottom, through here to the mean, to the low, then came down here and didn't get any further. Double bottom, mean reversion. Similar idea up here. Those are all valid trade setups and trade, things. I believe they are. If those are trades in your trade plan. Now I have to be, what my plan now is to do is to zoom in a bit and see what happens when we take out. Obviously, I would say, I would anticipate, to quote Tom, we're going to have a bunch of stops up here. There we go. I mean, we had that little blurb. We had, there's a naked volume point of control. We got the firmer IB and the value area high up here, all above us. I'm not sure what would be motivating the market to go up, apart from the fact that we have much more excess down at the bottom than we have at the top. So from a, kurtosis point of view in the profile, that might be enough. We've taken out the IB high, but that's not much of a test to me. I'd say we need to do something more than that. Or we come up here, make sure I'm ready to trade, by the way. We come up here now and don't get back any further above that, then that would be a signal for an IB failure trade. very close because here's range. I don't think we got far enough through that with all the levels that are up there to have sufficiently taken out any stops, in my opinion. I mean, we only took out 71 of them, you know? I'd say there's got to be some more fuel laying around up here somewhere that I would be suspicious about, that I am suspicious about. And I could be completely wrong. Here we are banging our head on the IB high, and maybe we're going to turn around and haul ass for the mid. For the mean. But at the moment, I'm suspecting we're going to get more upside before we think about the mean reversion. And we'll see. Well, the IB high or low is either one. It's the trade is an IB continuation or the IB failure. And in this case, we've taken out the IB high. So are we going to continue from here up, or are we going to fail from here and rotate back in? The anticipation based on the day type so far is to rotate back in. The IB failure is the anticipated trade in this environment, as I understand it. And look at there, we've gone through it twice now, and we haven't gotten any stops up here. Really, you know? And small icebergs. And I may be standing here with egg on my face, and this thing turn around and go right back down to the VPOC too. That's the next very probable possibility. But for me, this didn't qualify as a IBF because I didn't see anything. I didn't see the response that I would have. Now, having said everything I just said, I would be, had I shorted and done the IB failure, I'd be scaled right now. Right there, right? You need to remember that my time frame and my risk neutral bracket is a 12-tick stop, 12-tick risk neutral scale, and a runner at 48 ticks. So all in, if both targets are hit, that's 60 ticks. And maybe that's important to understand. If yours is like 60 ticks, what is idiot is this? It's got to be 200 ticks. You know what I mean? These NASDAQ guys would look at 60 ticks and think that I was a wuss, and rightfully so, I guess. On the other hand, FERS and some of those guys are, I guess, happy to take 5 or 6 handles or 8 or 9 ticks. I don't know. I see some people that are more of a scalping mode, so you got to know where you fit in that category. Where I would have a sense of regret, I guess, is that, okay, it didn't do what I thought it was going to do here. It didn't do what I anticipated, and I did not short, and I would be scaled. So that's the objective. At that point, it's just hands off and put on your helmet and see what happens next. I still think we're going to go up through that IB high and get some of that stuff out above us up there. And could be completely wrong. It's not a matter of right or wrong. It's a matter of a nice saying I heard somebody say, which I'm going to try to remember. There's no missed opportunities. There's only the next one. That woulda, coulda, shoulda thing, when that gets into your thinking, that's not healthy, I don't think. Now, to analyze, and I don't believe in rear view mirror trading, obviously. I think that's probably the biggest internet guru trait that I really don't like at all or have any use for. Now I need to think, what happened here? Is there something I could have seen here that would have made me understand that we weren't going to take out these stops and all this fuel, which I am absolutely sure is living up here? And so that's the way I analyze the rear view mirror, right? I mean, think about it. Every one of these downdrafts here has got stops living right up here somewhere. Here's the, price check at aisle 3. And we'll see what happens now, but I'm trying to take the best setups that will achieve my targets. That's something I've been picking up from Rod. Rod has actually stopped doing the risk neutral scale. He's going for the full, he calls them his training wheels, and is going for the full targets. And he says it is forcing him to look for and pick only A+ setup. From a psychological point of view of where I'm at the moment, I like the idea of the risk neutral scale. But I certainly understand what Rod is talking about. I don't think Harry does this risk neutral scale either, and both of them are extremely successful traders. And they post their trades, not in real time like this, but they certainly within minutes after taking a trade and getting out of it, they post the screen snap with all the entry and orders and all that stuff. So there's no question about that. Damn, Tonio, it's going to be Tom time here for too long. Where's the time go when you're having fun, huh? The balance of this week is going to be news central, man. So it's going to be all kinds of fireworks popping off. All this drama with Trump and Powell is, I find, really disappointing. But one thing that I was quite surprised about is that Powell is a Republican and was appointed Fed chair by Donald Trump. Did not know that. And I'm absolutely sure has forgotten more about finance than half of the yahoos the cabinet ever knew. But, and according to everybody in the world, is doing a great job. But I was surprised to know that he is a Republican, and B, was appointed by Donald Trump. I don't care about the Republican part, but was appointed by Donald Trump in the first go around. Fun fact. So we're going to come back up here, and then what are we going to do? Boom, pop. I predict, here we go. I'll put on my soothsayer hat. Let me get my magic wand out. We're going to take out at least the IB high. We're going to definitely get through the 63s this morning. That's my prediction. One nice thing about what what is this thing called? Bookmap. I don't know whether you do or do not like the way that I have the heat map set up now, but is the fact that it tells you can look at the time at 9:23, this liquidity of 165 at 63.5 came into the book. That's kind of nice. Here's what my IRT heat map, book mappy thing looks like. And I can control all of these levels with these buttons over here. But I was trying to see if I could make something pretty much the same. And I guess I could show you the right monitor. Sorry about that. I'm a real professional entertainer here, as you can tell. The dome, the liquidity, these bubbles are set up exactly the same, and last price, and then it does show the levels at the same time. So, get back over to the job at hand here. Here we are at the IB high again, and here we go for that. My prediction. Oh baby, ooh baby, ooh. As far as my reporting and my thinking has gone, my statistics and my back testing, I'm not going to be expecting an IB continuation here, or anticipating it, or planning to trade it. And that shot me in the foot last week one day when I was all fixated on the idea of an IB failure, and turns around, or no, other way around, I'm sorry, IB continuation, and turned around with an IB failure, and it went beautifully to targets. And I was like a deer in the headlights and didn't see that happening at all. In this case, I think that's more probable. There's a higher probability of that because, there's always the possibility to revert, to, backtrack or revert, or have a retrace of some sort, as opposed to in an extremely rotational, tight-ranged environment to have a big breakout. I think there's a statistic for you to go figure out, or if you do, let me know. Is that is one a higher probability than the other? And then you've got guys that just make, money hand over fist by the dip. Buy the dip on the NQ, baby. I withdrew $225,000 in January. Made $500,000 last year. Live and on screen. So there's plenty of people out there that are living the dream and doing it live and transparently, as opposed to the other way around. Rearview mirroring and all those kind of things. I think, and you have to decide what you believe and what you don't, and what resonates with you and what doesn't. There's a buttload of people that think that, what's his name? ICT guy, forget Michael something or other, is great. Is fantastic. Has almost a cult following. Says stuff like God talks to him and Jesus gave him the code that runs the internet and all this kind of stuff that I find a little bit surprising on live TV. Statements like that, but there's a lot of people that think that whole thing of his is really great, and the fair value gaps and all that. And if it works for you, good for you. I have nothing to say about that. A little surprised sometimes, and I am aware that, the only iceberg I saw up here was right there, 200. At that one, are you talking about up here somewhere? Oh, there we go, $1.25, yeah. And what was this? If you want to think about this in Tom terms, this right here is exhaustion, right? We had the iceberg, we pulled down, we came back up, we didn't get any And we had a bunch of sellers and nothing happened. I believe I believe that would be considered exhaustion, and they're back down again. So yeah. I just put these icebergs and stops back on here last weekend, or I guess a week or so ago. I didn't have any of that on there for a while, trying to clean this up as much as I could. And trying to be analytical about what I really watch. You know, like for example, you mentioned icebergs, so I'm looking up here. I can safely tell you I hadn't been looking at that. And so why do I have this confusion on the chart? Maybe. That's like 1,000 lines. I don't have any indicators on Bookmap or IRT. And some people, especially guys on like the TopStep TV, that Dakota, Dakota doesn't use any, but some of them use the 50 EMA and the 200 EMA and all these kind of things, and they have very logically thought out explanations for why they do so. And again, it's, if you make money that way, good for you. I think that's great. I think what every trader needs to search their soul and figure out what resonates with them, and not try to emulate someone else, is what I think. If you find someone that trades like in a way that does definitely resonate with you, then if they're trading live in real time and, transparently, I think that can be a real learning experience. And to the point of I don't see anything wrong with a real good trader calling trades. Okay, I'm looking to go long here because of this, this, and this. And if you believe with all those kind of things and you think that that's a reasonably good thing, I think that's fine. By the way, YouTube has quite a big delay, incidentally. I'm sure you know that. Having learned how to do a lot of pretty serious things in my life, flying and stuff like that, you don't learn how to do that by somebody saying, well, there's a plane, get in it and go see how it works out for you. You know what I mean? So I don't think there's any problem with the things we talk about, like talking about I'm using these stats and I'm doing this and I'm doing that, and when it does that, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. And I understand that, teach a guy to fish and he'll have fish for a day for his life, and give him a fish and he'll fish for a day. I understand all that stuff. But it's like all of those kind of sayings, they can go both ways, right? Let's see here. Iceberg selling last high, huh? I guess you're talking about this $1.25 up here at this high. And here's a canceled iceberg of 189 down here. So yeah, we're not making any, we're not doing what I thought we would do up here at these highs. I thought we would take out those stops, and that's what I was looking for. Having had my ass kicked way more than once, thinking this was going to be the great IB failure and down we're going to go, and then, boop, they run it up, and the next rotation goes the direction that I think the trade's going to go. So I'm probably way more cautious than I should be, especially understanding that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50, and then you're going to definitely take losses and all those things. But I want to try to, have a positive of an outcome as possible. And this is, what is this? Well, we're barcoding on the NQ. That's kind of a cute. That's what all the kids are saying now. I liked it when FT71 used to call it a zipper. It looks just like a zipper. I can understand exactly why you got that. The kids now calling this barcode. So that's the new one on me. NQ's ticking lower, and here we are with the ES again, you know. Yes, we pushed higher a little bit. We took out the IB high as the IB statistic. There's the daily expected move by that thing I talked about in the pre-market that I'm trying to see if it makes any sense or not. Yeah. Here's where we're really trading. A doji down here near the bottom. Can't get down to the VPOC. And there's the PO. There's the naked volume points of control. This is deceptive. That is almost identical. If you look at it, well, let's look at it. If you look at this zoomed in, this is actually like a tick lower than over here where we took out the previous one. So this is not a problem that it is not flagging this one is discontinued here, is broken here or revisited here. And this one has not been revisited yet. Both pretty much the same thing. I think this one is at a quarter or 75, and this one was at a quarter. Oh, wait, we can tell that, I think. Hold on. I don't have this set up that way. Sorry. All right. Anyway, never mind. I can promise you one thing. There's a whole bunch of lab rats and people that have taken this IB failure and are sweating bullets. I can tell you that much right now. I still see lots of, well, lots, much higher number of views. If you're coming through the, whatever this is, the stream, drop a like. That'd be cool, or at least say something in the chat. I don't know exactly how this all works. I guess I do, but I thought it didn't. Here we go. Here we go. Here's going to be that. Here's going to be that. Those stops. Still kind of a limp reaction as far as I'm concerned, considering how long that level held and what it represents. I would still imagine that we're going to go this direction. Not to the point of taking an IBC here, but and anyone who thought that this was an exhaustion, and a bar, for example, a barcode or a bar trade here with a breakout and retest. That's, I know, one that that Harry likes a lot. Great. Looking for that IBC. We're kind of doing the thing we've done the last few days, where we have a tight consolidation for a long time, and then we go one direction or another and build another distribution above it. Here, 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 and maybe that's what's up. I don't know. We're going to take that 65s out, though. That's for damn sure. 63 5s should be more articulate. IBC looks like the way to have gone, huh? Or at least so far. And you can certainly make a case for that with the liquidity that was here. We've got the previous IB high. We've got value area high, and then the overnight or the previous RTH high up there. And we're now into value, previous value. It's not a gap rule, so that I don't think matters or applies much, but and there we go. There's that 6305. Looks like they lifted. Doesn't look like it traded out to me. Maybe. Can never quite figure. There's always a, it's like everything in trading and in these narrations or whatever analyses, you can make a case for everything, either direction. This liquidity, is that the lid on the pot, or is that a magnet bringing price to it? In hindsight now, I'll be pretty disappointed that I wasn't long. Of course. And at this point in time, without any kind of a pullback and, buy the dip kind of a thing, that's not a valid trade for me, because I don't trade breakouts or momentum. For me, I have an error code for those, because for me, they're FOMO. And I realize 100% that is a valid, momentum is a valid trade philosophy, The turtles, they made millions of dollars doing that. But I just know for myself, whenever I take a momentum trade or a breakout trade, it's usually because of a situation like this. I didn't get on down here somewhere, and I'm thinking, oh, well, I'll do this breakout up here. And for me, that's a FOMO deal, whether it works out or not. Actually, if it works out, it's worse, I think, because you've positively reinforced a negative behavior. And that's, in my opinion, not a good thing. I shouldn't say you have. I should say I have reinforced the negative behavior. IB high up there, a high volume node. We're trading, kind of got rejected off the low volume node from yesterday. These high and low volume nodes are from the micro composite volume profile, by the way, as opposed to looking over here. What I was talking about was right here, this low volume node from yesterday, pretty much where we are or quit, as opposed to the high and low volume nodes from down here. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking too, GA. It's kind of a nothing burger here. And if you know, again, if you're happy with 5 points and did this breakout for the third guy up here or here, and we're not shaken out, great. But that doesn't fit into the. I'm still thinking IB failure here. I'm still thinking short, and that's unlikely because we're now starting to build more volume and more context to the upside. Okay. We sort of flipped here like we did the other day, or caught a bid, or whatever word you want to use. So we got higher lows and higher highs. Not sure what the book flip looks like exactly, because the book, usually when I look at the book, it's pretty well balanced like it is right now. But yeah, if we do get a VPOC migration higher, the fact is that's going to be, you know, I'm going to be pretty, maybe not even alive by the time that happens. We're down here. We got 10,000. We got 10. Oh, sorry about that. We got 10,000 contracts down here traded, and that's the POC. Closest spot we got is 6,300. So going to take another 4,000 contracts, 4,300 to get up here, to bring this VPOC up to this level, which is, of course, certainly doable. But at the moment, they're wandering around up here trying to sucker people in. And these kind of days are extra frustrating because I was holding my ground for the setup that I'm trying to vet. And these kind of winding higher, stair step, or you're crawling higher, or crawling the opposite direction, they're frustrating. That's all part of the psychology of it, I guess. That 63.05's been pretty solid so far. Considering the IB high is just a little scooch above there, that's kind of funny we haven't got up there yet. What I think they're busy doing today is making a big batch of retail soup. There's a whole bunch of folks out there that cannot stand to be disengaged from the market. And that's exactly why they chop them up. Because every one of those moves they're making, they're gathering inventory and making money at one level or the other. And I refer to it as retail soup. Tonio, it's gone Tom time and some minutes now. Wonder if Harry's around. Harry, are you in here and just not talking? Or I see people here or views and stuff, and I'm never quite sure what to do. But how do you know about that stuff? I got to spend some time on the weekend and figure out all about the studio and all this stuff, I guess. I'd like to have the experience be as nice and as possible for anybody, and for me when I listen to it. I review the stream. We're going to get this IB high out. I think so. 70.5%. Then we got value area high just sneaking up above us there. And then we've got the overnight or the previous RTH high. So, Yep, take care, Antonio. Well, that's good. Good, GA. Yeah, take care, man. I hope everything's going good in your world. I'm trying to figure out what to do in mine. Yeah, that's great. 8.2% is, I guess, percent of what is the question, but yeah, that's good. 8.2% of $100 is $8, I think, isn't it? There was some conversation over the weekend about that percentage thing. Some guy I hadn't seen there before had a similar comment. A percentage is a good way to think of it, though. I mean, that's a way a lot of people do. I do have percent changes over here on the, I don't think about it like that for some reason. I think about it in terms of ticks, actually. But percentage is even more vague and a better way of looking at it, I think, probably. Not sure I know how to do that. 8.2% of 4,500. Oh, okay. Yeah, nice. Very nice. And if you're copying trades, that's great. If you're copying across 5 of them, that's a nice hit. Absolutely. I'm going to get some tea, so get your trading shoes on. And there's that IB stat from yesterday or from Friday. IB high. What's next? Well, we got the used to be the value area high up there. I don't know what the hell has happened to that, but I don't know why this guy is not up here like it's supposed to be. But I've noticed that kind of jumps around once in a while. Well, so all this is kind of on the ragged edge sometimes, I think. Oh, that's pretty cool. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm not saying anything about your 8.2% thing. I just 8.2 that, and I just don't think like that. Like I said, it's a great way to think about it, and a lot of people do. I think in terms of ticks. I don't know why. More basic, I guess. Working in a hospital for that long is fantastic. Great career. Yeah, I can imagine it could be depending on what area you're in. That's for sure. And everybody needs an ego stroke once in a while, or probably a lot more than once in a while. I mean, Tom, everybody. You know, it's human nature. I think nothing wrong with that at all. This market keeps this up, it's rapidly approaching NAP 30. I can tell you that right now. It would certainly feel like it, wouldn't it? Let's look. Let's look. Yep. Down from $1.10 to 97. Yep. Now these delta divergence things here, I've never used them to trade with. This is the ATR. But that would have been a good one. And that would have been, you know, hindsight rearview mirror, absolutely. Obviously, for sure. You know, completely. But, and I haven't figured out exactly how to use a damn harmonic rotation thing either. In any meaningful way, to be honest about it. The theory about it was using that for the stop placement. But I just keep coming back to the sticking pretty much. Where I would like to go with this whole idea is right now my risk neutral trade setup is fixed, right? 12 ticks, 12 tick risk neutral scale, and then a runner. Well, the way probably it needs to evolve, but it will not, in my case, until this has been thoroughly vetted and consistently profitable, is that rather than a hard stop like that, you put that stop where the trade really fails. Now, what I try to do now is have the entry so that that's where the stop is, if that makes sense. You know, so that and let me rephrase that. I try to make sure my entry location results in the stop being at a place where the trade fails. Now, there's other people that do it differently, you know, Rod now, I think, and lots of people. Probably Tom, too. I think if, you know, Tom never trades live or, you know, never discloses any of that. And my guess would be he trades a whole lot different than he talks about in the TLab, because he's in another level completely, I think. And that's just, you know, me thinking. He's made a few comments. Well, I try to only talk about trades that are structured trades here, and I trade differently and things like that over the years. So that's what I suspect. I don't know. And doesn't matter. Well, here we go now, huh? Here, is this a head and shoulders or whatever you call those things, or something, you know, Neil and Princess or whatever? Yeah. And if all the stuff he says is true, I'm sure he's got a, you know, multiple six-figure account and doing a lot of stuff. And that's completely fine. Absolutely. I'm not making any dispersions or any statements one way or another about that, but yeah, that's what I think. I mean, Rod posted his static monthly statistics, which you know, we were talking about how the application works. I think it was last month, based on the number of contracts, number of ticks in the E-mini, was somewhere around 43 grand in the month. Fantastic, you know. Really inspirational for me. Well, are we going to break down through here now and go south of the border? This is where I would start thinking about the EIB failure trade coming to pass, because actually these liquidity areas that I was worrying about have been finally tagged into, you know. That doesn't say that we're not going to continue rotate back up, however. This is where a discretionary judgment call comes into play for me. I also need to be careful that I've discovered about myself or noticed about myself that I have a propensity to short. So I have to be consciously aware of the fact that I'm not dreaming up reasons to short. Now, that was not the case for the entire morning because I was looking for an IB failure, and it's still justified per the parameters of that trade. I don't believe it is. The static, I don't believe it is. I think somebody said something, or I think I saw something in the TLab. Somebody mentioned something to Rod, and I think he said it's not yet or something like that. He's got great plans for it. I hope some of any of as it stands, it's great, and I hope the direction he wants to take it comes together before I die. It would be great. Right now, it is essentially a journal. So it's not got really the stats built in yet or any of those things. Handy and easy to use journal. I've pretty much dropped away doing my local one. I used to use Journalytics by Jigsaw, which is really great, but it's expensive. So, and I try to always look at those kind of things and be honest with myself. How much am I really looking at this? It's like I was talking about the stops and icebergs earlier. How much am I really looking at them about trading? Same way with all these fancy tools that can be had nowadays. Edgeful, I was one of the grandfathered in people with Edgeful. And I finally got rid of the subscription because I wasn't using it much. And the stats that I could see there, now I think it's probably evolved a lot more. I probably regret dropping it because I was grandfathered in at some ridiculously low price, like $10 a month or something like that. But I think at that time, the stats weren't really anything that I wasn't already aware of and didn't find, revelationary. There's a lot of stuff out there, man. There is a lot of stuff out there. A lot of people have figured out that they can't make money trading, but they can make money off traders. Bookmap started as a quant outfit. Maybe they still have an arm that does that. I don't know, or at least that's what I understand. But they figured out a long time ago they make a hell of a lot more money with no risk, renting the damn thing out to traders. IRT, all of them. Prop shops, the ultimate, Mike Patak and TopStep. Wow. Talk about a moneymaker. The money that those guys make is staggering. And I do mean staggering. Is it 11:30? Yeah. Yeah, she asked me 11:30. I saw a some paperwork for a lawsuit involving, I don't know what the even details of it were, but it involved Apex. And I won't have anything to say one way or another about Apex, except for the fact that part and parcel of this lawsuit evidence was income statements for, I think, August, September, October of a couple of years ago. And they were all, each month was over $5 million. Think about that for a minute. And in some cases, like I believe one of the months I think was 9 million. Yeah, but it averaged out to more than 5 million a month income revenue. Selling combines and pretty staggering. Makes you feel pretty stupid about not having a prop shop. And I hear some, and there are some people that I'm not sure how tough it is to really get started with it, but like I know one of them called You Profit was started by a chick over in Sugarland, Texas. It was a bartender. Now that's not to say she hadn't saved up a lot of money or done something like that, but I'm not sure that the barrier to entry is that steep. You've got to have enough, obviously, to have a support staff and get the white label, idea set up with Rhythmic or whoever's going to run the data feed for you. But yeah, it's staggering money in a big hurry. And, you think running it pretty much like a business like Michael has since 2012 or 13 when they started TopStep. Jesus Christ. That's why he's got a big house in Aspen and, takes his wife and family on a month-long vacation to Southeast Asia. Not stupid. That's for sure. Now their latest maneuver with maybe TopStep's latest maneuver with the platforms and stuff is going to be kind of interesting for a lot of people. Rhythmic going away and all that. All right, come on, man. I want to do something, then I got other things to do here. Got my mid-morning. Well, I don't know. I'd say, yeah, I guess they're trading higher, so I guess that means there's a bid. I would say. Clearly, my IB failure didn't work out very well, and would have this been a good test for the IB continuation trade? I think it probably would have. And scaled, and then see what happens. Again, I'm slow to switch. Slow to switch. Or, you know, flip, I should say, I guess. I don't know what's going on anywhere else. Let's see. Not much. Oh boy. Well, let's see now. Mr. Trump is supposed to be giving comments now, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Speaks at a luncheon. Yeah, so that could be market moving. Sometimes I'm not sure exactly what this financial juice does, whether I have it set up. It's supposedly, according to what they say, picks up my timing. And in the mornings when I'm looking at these, that's what they are. But for example, it says Trump speaks at a luncheon. And down here it says Trump's remarks at the White House end. And a whole bunch of insults about Powell. So I'm not sure. I guess is the bottom line is I'm not sure. And at this point, I don't care. I think I will step away here. I'll turn to this music. Tell me what you think about that. Can you hear the music there? It'll take a minute. Yeah, exactly. It's at the IB high for Friday and value area high just above that, and then the previous high above that. So. I put these statistics in here at pre-market this morning. There's the IB high from Friday, and it was a 70.5% chance we'd get there, and there we go. Graphically, it's right here. I'm going to step away here for a little bit and get on about the some stuff around the house here. I'll be right back after a bit. So what do we got? More of the same. Yep. Yep. Rinkos are interesting. You know, there's all of this noise going on over here. And it's one wrinkle bar, which hasn't finished plotting yet, by the way. 112 tick wrinkle. Really cuts out a lot of the noise. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Hope it, helps out somehow. And that's the whole point. The whole point is my virtual journal, of course, and that I would be really make me feel good if it helped someone, or it was helpful or beneficial, or like maybe don't do anything this guy does. Do exactly the opposite. That would be fine too. I would love to still take that IB short, and I'm probably got to step away now again. And typically I've been getting spanked in this time up until about 12:30 or 1. So how much I can do about it, but we'll see. It's also been interesting figuring out how all this stuff works, Never did that before. Yeah, well, I would say we're going to probably break through that IB low or lower ground finally within the next, here's my prediction, within the next hour, we're going to be down somewhere around the POC for that mean reversion. Let's see how full of crap I am. Because right now the pricing is looking like the IB continuation, but I'm just curious. And there we go, all the way up to the previous RTH high. Well, that's what you get for planning on a IB failure, huh? But at least I didn't break my rules. Now here would have been an IB continuation, and I was not here. This would have been a setup for that. So I got to stop being away. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. I just get so tired there. And sometimes I have to take a break. It seems like every time I do is exactly when what I've been expecting happens. Well, I should say what I've been anticipating happens. Well, I would say that I really seriously made a mistake here by leaving. I don't know what I'm going to do. I got to figure out exactly what to do here. Take a step away for a little bit, and exactly what I was waiting for happens. You know, now I guess, in hindsight, I should have realized that I need to wait a bit because it's the time frame, right? For now that I'm fully focused on the IB trades. Well, I can't say what I think is going on. This is the RTH or full session, by the way. So this is last night's overnight ETH session. Today's the RTH. Well, the relative volume is just falling in a hole, huh? And so much for the delta divergence. Well, I can safely say this is boring. The trade I needed to take is gone. I don't see him coming back to that anytime soon. And yeah, snooze lose, huh? No, I didn't ever come back. Yeah, I did for a while, actually. I just muted my mixer here because generally I'm banging into stuff and whatever. Yeah, well, I don't have a stat for the IBC. What I had was context at that point, and the IB continuation trade, I missed it because I was gone. And after all of that, and I would have very definitely recognized it and taken the IB continuation, which is it here at 31, 11:31. It's pretty stupid. I mean, what are you going to do? But I was not here. Watch for all that time, and then literally minutes after I walk out, the IB continuation trade sets up perfectly, actually. Test down, test back to it, can't go anywhere, and then anywhere along here you get on it and away you go. For 12 handles. That would have just been to my target right there, 48 ticks. Yeah, it's frustrating though, that's for damn sure. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know how to be here more. Not complaining, it is awfully irritating when that kind of thing happens though. And you don't get it after standing here forever. Or feels like 2 hours sometimes. And now here I stand. The IB continuation is essentially over with. The next trades on the agenda, which have got nothing to do with the initial balance right now, would be these statistics up above us here. We just poked our nose inside the value area from the morning of the 10th, or the afternoon of the 10th, I should say. Right here. Well, the stops from somewhere, yeah. Obviously, all the stops from today haven't been run. None of the stops under any of this market, under any of these up moves, has been touched under the IB. Nothing. They're all sitting there. And will be for, until we do the old market goes up to go down and goes down to go up story. So we've got a naked volume point of control up there and the all-time high. I have no clue what this market is thinking or what these people who are the traders are thinking in the face of what's going on in our country. I don't have any idea, actually. Yeah, that's correct. That's from, that is from the, right there. It's from the 10th. The same day as we put in the all-time high. And here's the Globex high from the overnight. And so we are in the world famous power hour. And I suppose you could say we are technically in the 12-to-1 trade. So we put in a new high. Over 12-to-1. And now we'll put in a newer one, and we've already done that. So there you go. And it's not one of my trades, but I would say we're going to break out and go higher. I've talked about that already, about how those don't fit in my world, but yeah. I mean, look at here. Flat as a board, there's no excess on the top. We've got those stops and all that major target and stuff above us. I would say that there's high likelihood we're heading there. And I mean, hey, it's the power hour. I think the administration is through calling people names maybe for an hour or two, so maybe they'll just get on with it here in the trading world. I don't know. According to the way I figured it out, whether I may or may not be correct, the expected move, the weekly expected move is 63.22. So we're already damn near there. And I have no clue whether that stuff matters or just something I picked up from somebody and I thought sounded interesting. So I was it's easy enough to track and kind of keep an eye on. And I realize that the options market has a huge impact on what we do in the futures world. I mean, futures are essentially a hedge tool for options, I believe. And this is options expiration. And don't forget that it is also, let's just see this. I didn't think about looking over here today. What have we got for earnings? Well, nothing yet, yeah. Here are the earnings for today. For Monday, it's just not much again. Tuesday, we've got Wells Fargo, BlackRock, Citicorp. Got a lot of earnings hitting the tape this week also. The financials are all hitting the wire. And there's a reasonable amount of numbers also. CPI month over month, core, Empire State. So it's going to perk right up tomorrow in terms of typical stuff. Well, this is really frustrating. We're doing the zipper here on the, doing the zipper on the NQ. For the barcode. I like FT's idea about it being a zipper from the old days. I think that was in the old, I think I first heard him talking about that back in the old Big Mike days. How about that for a while back, huh? Yeah, well. With all those old memories and $5, I can buy some coffee, I guess. I can buy some coffee. I sometimes find it interesting to see how different these Sorry, I'm looking at something and that's exactly why the stream is what it is. I don't multitask with the damn when I'm looking at something and figuring out where to click or whatever else. My brain goes auto stupid. So, This is TopStep X, and I'm just messing around with some stuff here, putting in the IBs and stuff that you don't do normally, that don't come with it or whatever else, and and this volume profile, which I just draw around them. But look, looking at a Renko chart or IB or the book map or whatever else, I don't see this. This is a 5-minute chart. 5-minute plain old straight up candlestick chart. Where there's one hell of a 3-bar reversal right there. And if you got on that, you've been long all day. You know what I mean? I'm not so sure that sometimes just plain old normal stuff doesn't work pretty well. And the more complicated and confused and whatever else we get, the more complicated and confused I get. Yeah. TopStep X this is, which is what this is their program now. It's based on the Program X, which is a white label thing that's built out of, the headquarters is in Miami. And that's where all these guys are going. This is what Edge Pro is based on this. And any one of them that you see like this with a basic trading view chart premise is going to be exactly, and they make whatever the hell name it is X, you know. This is what everybody that buys a new combine or that blows up and needs to refresh will have to use this going forward, according to their new stuff. So I understand. So here was the IB stat and the IB continuation. Doesn't look exactly right though. What's the time on this one? Is 11:32. What do we got over here? No way in hell. Okay, now one of two things have happened. Either I have put the IB in wrong, or the data's all screwed up. I'm always suspicious about data. Okay, so where are we here? Let's see. There's 10 o'clock. There's 10:55, so here's IB 30. Right? Where am I? Yeah, that's exactly right. This is IB 30 right there. That's 9:30. So that means this is the IB high and this is the IB low. Hold on. Never mind. This is the NQ. Sorry about that. Never mind. I'm going, wait a second. What's going on here? Yeah, this is the NQ. Oops. I forgot I hadn't changed the instrument from last night. Oh, yeah. Hire the old guy. They're fun to watch, right? The 12-to-1 trade, as I understand it, and Ned is the guy I think he's pinned a thing up there that has all this stuff in it. It basically says that if the market is out of balance and we put in a new high or low between 12 and 1, that there is a high probability, whatever X%, this is Project X or Program X, we can say X%, that the market will put in a new high or low, whichever one it was, in the balance of the RTH trading session. It's kind of like the IB statistic in that regard. only instead of at the 9:30 thing, it's just that if the market puts, if it's out of balance, that's important, according to how it was explained to me in TLab. Actually, I'd never heard of it before, Tom. Now, when I learned the market profile years ago, and I was thinking about this last night, actually, there was a way that we figured out where we would close, or or above, we would close above this price, and there was a way to do that. I'm going to have to try to dig back through some old notes and see, because it used to work fairly well, actually. That's only trading market profile back with Jim Pendlebury. Anyhow, what it says is that if the market is basically out of balance and we put in a high or low between 12 and 1, then the market will put in a new higher or lower low in the balance of the RTH trading session. It's not the first time I've done that. Gotten my knickers in a knot looking at the data over on Project X to realize I was on the wrong instrument. I'm so used to always being on the same stuff here in my normal stuff. And at night I goof around all different kinds, gold and all this other crazy shit, just looking around, playing with my daughter or whatever. As far as I'm concerned, this is not a place to be initiating trades anymore. You know, if you're not in a trade now with higher, you know, with a target out there somewhere higher, I think I've only made maybe, Jesus, in recent memory, maybe 2 or 3 successful closing swing trades without getting hammered. And a lot of things I notice lately, there's no follow through on the market on close orders. Turned out to be like last week was nothing. I didn't even notice them. It wasn't even a bump. It used to be this liquidity would fill in like crazy and they just pick way up and away they'd go, but not anymore. I think everybody is on the edge of their seat waiting for the next tweet, not to be a poet. I don't know what setups you are vetting or whatever else, but the bar trades, the V trades, which is what this would have been right here on the open. These quick, big, deep V reversals. Obviously, the VPOC migration, which I'm sure you know about. Have you noticed the weird VPOC migrations lately? Nothing. Look at this. There was one wiggle at the open, and it's been flat as Kelsey's nuts all day. Pretty strange. These are real weird markets, I think. And it's understandable. Everybody's unsure what's going to happen. What's going to happen next? You know, that's the big, I think everybody's on the edge of their seat. Well, the thing to do is pick one with the setup that you think, you know, the criteria that matters or that validates the setup. Now, I tried to teach myself Python and some things like that to try to be able to backtest. And then you got to backtest them. However, if you have here we go. Finally, we get a VPOC migration after I just got through saying that. There's the first one since we opened. That may be the precipitant or the impetus for this thing to get moving. You never know. Sorry about what I was saying. Anyway, now the next question is, yeah, there you go. Okay. And then you just, pick all the ones. What you can do if you have a charting package, you can just scroll back, That's what Rod says he does. because I tried to get together with him one time to see how he backtested stuff to get all his stats. And he goes back and just runs back over a 1 minute chart or something like that. I have. Do you have IRT? I forgot about. I forget. Sorry. Yeah, there you go. Good idea. See what happens now on that VPOC migration. Now, that's not a trade I would take for sure. I don't think. Obviously, I didn't. And here's the problem. There's the VPOC migration. Now what's going to happen? Are they going to test down to here? Are they going to test to here? To here? Price check at aisle 3? I doubt that. But what is the qualifying what are the qualifying parameters and the trigger to validate taking that trade? Because that is, by Tom and everybody else's, and it's in alignment with context. Start at the top and work down, right? It's in alignment with context. The market has been going higher highs and higher lows all day. So it's in alignment with context. We're right up here at all these goofy highs. What would be, and this is the thing you got to figure out, what would be the context and the trigger? Well, this is definitely a consolidation area right here. This fractal, they test down here to this low volume area and don't get any place. This stop run down here and a bit of exhaustion is probably kind of telling. But this is where I get hammered on this trade every time. And Antonio was here, he'd be laughing at me because he has a similar experience. That's why I kid about it being Antonio's favorite trade. We've talked about it a lot. It's so obvious, the setup. The yellow line moving. But what are the important bits, which is the, long hair, I'm not saying or suggesting what to do. I don't know whether Tom or somebody's talking about it over on that side, but yeah, there you go. Took them till 2:30 in the afternoon to get that volume up there enough to swing it. How long ago it was? I was talking to you about, we'd have to get it up to past 6,400 over here when we were talking about these levels for the VPOC migration. Well, there's the low volume area. And that 08, there's a little liquidity there. There's 206 there at 08 quarter, which is the breakout of this bar trade, this liquidity. What else we got? Oh, look here. There was the overnight VPOC where we opened. I'm not making any suggestions. I'm just trying to point stuff out. And we're turning the final curve here pretty quick for the into the close. Cash close, anyhow. I don't know why this value area high keeps bouncing around. I'm going to just start putting that in there with the initials because for some reason it keeps bouncing up and down. I don't know. I noticed that the other day. Market on close orders now in about 15 seconds. Minutes, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a lot of it. CPI, a lot of the earnings reports start tomorrow. There's a lot of stuff going on. Quite a lot. There's the, concise view of the reports. There's CPI and Empire State at early 7:30. And most importantly is got a lot of earnings tomorrow. Wells Fargo banks, Wells Fargo, Citicorp, BlackRock, State Street. And then Wednesday are more of them. And now you see value area high back. And there it goes. It's playing hide and seek with me, I guess. The minute I say that, it ducks back the other way. Stupid shit. Stupid. I don't know why it's doing that. So we're putting in some sort of a floor here. Looks like we've got some exhaustion right here. Oh, 08, right? A minute ago it was 08.25, but yeah, there you are. Now see how long it takes this thing to jump back out of the way again. That's the problem I have with this particular trade. Right there, you're stopped out. If you entered anywhere up here, you're likely stopped out with a 3-point stop like I use, etc. You're stopped out down here. So the idea is then, I guess, to if you want to be, kind of cowboyish about it and not have any stats, is you enter long down in here, and it's an asymmetric trade, which means you put your stop right there, and if you consider that where that is the location where the trade is no longer valid. So if you were long here, now you're up 1.5 points, and you got to get up in here, to the 11ths before you're scaled, and that's. I just don't do it. When I was keeping stats locally every day on my local machine with a pretty involved workbook that I put together, it was the least profitable setup that I was taking. At that point, I was taking, several of them in the day that I would see, and they would meet the criteria and take it. That's before I decided I would fixate on the IBs only and get that one in the bag and then move on to the next one. That's why if you can trade it and you make money on it, good for you. Good for anybody. I think Rod even said something the other day that it's fallen way to the bottom of his stats lately, and he's taken it off his trade plan for now. I don't know what that's about either. All of a sudden, I start getting all these weird things with the latest update. My volume profile doesn't reset at 8:30, and I've never, I haven't certainly changed the setup configuration, and worked fine for however many years I've been using this stupid stuff before the latest go around. Seems like all of a sudden the mic's a lot more sensitive or something. Seems to be picking up a bunch of stuff that I'd never used to hear before. I don't think I like this music very well either. So it feels like rave or trance or some of that crap from the from the 90s. Trying to find stuff that's it's got to be royalty free and copyright free and all that noise, or you have to be able to have a license in your description so you can play it. These are all rules of YouTube. They have an algorithm that, while it processes the stream, it does all of that. Volume dot settings with my where'd they go? I never can remember where this shit is half of the time. There they are. That's the way I have them. I took off the 3D part, so it would I was trying to minimize, CPU time or CPU usage. And that's how I have them set up. And also with the heat map, something I discovered, in case you care. This legacy color map allows you to use black. If you don't, it looks like that. And it is the blue, puts that blue background in there. or green or whatever the hell color that is. Now, this is the way I do it without the red and all those different colors. If you use all the different colors, then even with the leg, well, now, wait a second here. Maybe I'm lying. I like to lie. Yeah, if you use these colors. No, whenever you switch to any of the color combinations, the legacy goes away. And if you get rid of the legacy and even use the grayscale only, that's what you get. Now, some people like that. I like this one. I was just looking at a post of Tom's a few minutes ago there that he posted with an actual trade markers on it. I think, which is the first time I've ever seen that. And I couldn't tell you what price was. You know, I'm trying to find it here, or maybe I'm lying. Oh no, here we go. I mean, there you are. I couldn't deal with that because it's too much, too much stuff for me. As near as I can tell by only way I was able to track the entry was here. And that's at something, I don't know what this white line is for. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, and obviously Tom's a good trader and successful, but here's the entry. Here he moved his stop down about 3 or 4 handles, and then moved his stop back up. And he got scaled out here and has moved his ultimate target up here, which is all really great. But I mean, I couldn't make heads or tails of this myself. I'm in awe of someone that he can. Good for him. I realized that about the snaps when he was some of the snaps about vetted trades or whatever. I couldn't even see the trades, and that's my fault. It's my problem. I'm not saying it's not, but at some point I need to stop worrying about whose problem it is or what the problem is, and get something that I can use, and then try to go from there. That's my thinking. And here's your VPOC migration. We talked about this right here. Well, maybe here's an asymmetrical trade. Well, there's your asymmetrical trade is gone. And here's 7 points right here. So that's interestingly enough. No, it's not right. I was going to say interestingly enough, it's the low of this spike down, but it's not. So I don't know. I wouldn't know how to trade that. They brought it right down to the IB high. That is interesting. But I don't know that you could count on that for being part of a trade plan. Now, we do have an interesting situation at this point, which we have just achieved, and that is that the IB has now just migrated outside of the, POC has just now migrated outside of the initial balance. fairly substantially. And there was a whole bunch of rod stats about what happens when that happens. I thought I had a thing up here to... Yeah, I did. It's right here. This is the volume dot size and contrast block cutoff. Those sliders that are visible at all times. Now we're going to go. There you go. Yeah, so here you go. VPOC shift outside of IB analysis. This is 48% of the time out of all trading days, 704 days. I mean, 704 days out of 1,446 days. The VPOC shifted outside of the IB. Can you see that or read that or something? Let me. That might be bigger, I guess. Price movement after the shift, 65% of the time in an upward VPOC shift resulted in price moving 5 points higher. Well, so far that isn't happening. There's a whole lot of people got shaken out, getting all excited about that move to the VPOC just now, right here. I suspect that might have been news. But of the 423 days with upward shifts, 279 of them, 65% got 5% or higher, 5 points or higher. 144 of those days, 34%, no significant upward movement. So there you go. And I suppose this, well, that's been 1,400 days. It was a look back. So, but that's been pretty much an up market that whole time, right? Those are the kind of stats that I think are important to try to use. Now, what would I do now? Well, I don't think I would try to bet on this thing going 5 points higher at this point. And 5 points doesn't really satisfy much of my stuff. 3 points is the scale. You know, that's the next thing. The meat on the bone. Oh, we didn't. I didn't even see the MOCs came and went, and I'm busy being a dork over here. Sorry about that. Okay, so we got only 200 million. They're not all buy side. 200 million buy side S&P, minus 3 million or sell side, 3 million to the NASDAQ. That's curious, huh? Plus 89 million, buy side 89 million, the Dow, and buy side 161 million, the Mag 7. By the way, I'm pretty sure you understand that all of these, I specifically use these news things that are free. So this is Financial Juice, and this one is investing.com. You can filter them and do all that stuff yourself and set up. Like on this one, I set it up for my time zone. On Financial Juice, it supposedly picks up the time zone of your computer, which is perfectly fine, but and they're free, right? Now they're not immediate. You can get they advertise. Yeah, here you go. They blab about this all the time, and I think it's like $900 or something like that. That sounds pretty high, but maybe I was drunk and hallucinating. You never know. I like it when that happens. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. Those are the kind of stats that are, I think, meaningful. And what you're talking about, vetting a statistic for yourself. Well, then you can. I know what I asked you that I don't think I saw you. Do you have Investor RT? I seem to remember that you don't, but I barely remember what I had for breakfast. So, all bets are off over here. The reason I'm asking is not to be prying, but it has some pretty good back testing and stuff you can do, right? So you set up. Okay, so anyway, you set up a trade system over here, and now this is an IB failure, right? And I also have tested out a opening range swing trade. So there's a couple things you can do. You can either, once you've set up all your rules, you can send it to the chart, which is what I've done here. And you can see that this lost 12 ticks today on this IB failure trade right here. Based on the way the rules were. And then you can go back and there's one that made 48 ticks day before, I guess, Friday, but more powerfully, this way you can see it. My point was going to be that you can sort of do exactly the same thing with any kind of a chart that has, there you go, Edge Pro X. That was right. Okay, so Edge Pro X is exactly the same thing as TopStep X. As I understand it, they're all made by, and you can Google this. Go Google Program X, and you'll find out the whole schmear. It's a white label. They put out a white label. They put the date. They have the data. They give these guys, the back end, which has risk management tools, and I'm sure an A book and a B book and all those things that I'm not real crazy about. But I'm sure because the same company started, the first place they did all this was for Forex. Anyway, you can go backwards easily and just do the same thing yourself. Put your IB. I don't know whether that one does the initial balance, for example, or not. If that's the one you want to do. If that's the stat that you wanted to do. And then you can just go back visually and see them, and Rod just scrolls back through them and looks at them. Now, the way I do these are, the next thing about IRT that's pretty handy is you can set up the back test. So let's set up 10 days of this back test, 2 contracts, blah, 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 okay. And then I'm going to go like this, back test, boop. And there it is. So looking back at 10 days on the IB failure with the parameters as set up, 12 tick stop, 12 tick first scale, and 48 ticks the next scale, it would have yielded $3,000, $3,400 total, and minus $400 net profit short. Took 17 trades, 10 long, 7 short, and all the statistics you ever dreamed to have possible to look at. And then, if that's not enough for you, these are the individual rules. And you can come down here if this wants to, and these are the trades. At what time, at what price, at what day. It's in long entry buy. I got stopped out. Here's the long entry. I got a T1 and then got stopped out for scratch. Here's a long entry with a T1 and a T2. So that one took 750. You know, that's how that got to that one. And you can see each and every, there's a short, longs. There's no shorts that really worked out very well from the looks of it in the last 10 days. That's how the back testing works. So that can give you some pretty concrete statistics, but you've got to have the rules set up. And the first thing I do, one of the first things I do in this system is to look here and make sure that the largest losing trade isn't greater than my stop loss, because in the way I have my thing set up, no worky, right? That means something's wrong. Oh, look here, we had a crazy Ivan. That's what I call these things here. I don't know why, I just do. I like the word from Red October, I think. I call that a crazy Ivan on the POC. Now, you know, that got everybody shook up for a couple seconds, and then up we go, and now we went there. Now we're back down here. Yeah. That's, and we are closed here. Yeah, we are closed now. That was the closing swing trade right there. So that's how the back testing works in IRT. Now, if you had IRT still, one of the good things about it is for example, I have it, and I have something, a chart or this thing here that you want. I just send you the definition of it. You open IRT, drag the definition to the thing there, and boop, there it is in front of you. It just imports the whole shooting match. So that is a handy thing for sharing and doing that kind of stuff. But it's a learning curve and a slow process, and getting these trade definitions and stuff set up has been a struggle for me. But that's where it's at. All right, so we have closed the world famous day. We did not get much higher to that naked volume point of control or the all-time high. Make sure I'm not lying to everybody. Yeah, we're still down here. We didn't even retake our high. Now we still have another few minutes to trade, but if you're in TopStep or anywhere else, you don't have. So, and I need to go to take our daughter over to school because she's having trouble logging in and getting her classes figured out. So that will be the end of the stream. Typically, I haven't started doing a ETH, a short abbreviated ETH stream in the evenings. I'm not sure that it's worth doing, except it does prevent me from taking any trades then, because I am very, committed to the fact that I won't take any off the stream. So there's that. But in any case, one way or another, come hell or high water, I will be back on at 0800 in the morning for the pre-market. I've been thinking about, and I did it the other day on the Vadon farm, maybe about 7:15 when we have news and reports at 7:30, but I typically don't trade those. And I'm not sure that it would be, yeah, they do the late night ones. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure that that watching the 7:30 number release and then standing around waiting for some more time to pass to get to the 8 o'clock hour would be it'd be a whole hour before the open. So I'm not sure whether that's worth it or not. For the moment, I'm going to stick with the 8 o'clock open here of the stream and pre-market and all those things, and then the open. So have yourself a great night. And thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I think that's about it. I can't think of anything else that's important to know or that I can help with. Anyway, have a great one. Take care, man. I got to make an ending screen. I'm so lazy. I just do the starting soon. Anyway, all right. Have a good one.